Today, I've prepared the biography of Charles Darwin. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your soft pillows and pull your blankets close, let your mind drift to the gentle shores of 19th century England, where our story begins. Charles Darwin, a curious soul with thoughtful eyes and a patient heart, would forever change how we understand the natural world around us. His journey of discovery took him across vast oceans to distant islands, where he observed with wonder the delicate dance of nature's creations. Tonight, as your breathing slows and your thoughts quiet, we'll explore the life of this remarkable man. From his childhood wanderings through English meadows to his groundbreaking insights that still resonate through time, let the soft rhythm of his story guide you toward peaceful dreams. In the gentle light of a bygone era, on a mild February day in 1809, a child named Charles Robert Darwin entered the world in Shrewsbury, England. The soft winter light filtered through the windows of a comfortable brick home called the Mount, built by his father Robert beside the meandering river Severn. This home, where young Charles would spend his formative years, sat nestled among gardens that would later nurture his curiosity about the natural world. Charles was born into a family of thinkers and achievers, though in those early days, no one could have imagined the profound impact this quiet child would have on our understanding of life itself. His father Robert was a successful physician, a large man with a commanding presence and keen insight into human nature. Robert Darwin possessed not only medical knowledge, but also financial acumen, qualities that provided the Darwin family with comfort and stability. Charles's mother, Susanna, came from the distinguished Wedgwood family, known for their fine pottery and progressive thinking. She was a gentle, caring presence in Charles's early life, though sadly, her time with him would be brief. The Darwin household was one of privilege and intellectual curiosity. The rooms of the Mount were filled with books, conversation, and the gentle rhythms of an upper-middle-class English family in the early 19th century. Outside, the gardens sloped down toward the river, offering endless opportunities for a young boy to observe the quiet miracles of nature. The patient unfurling of leaves, the careful construction of birds' nests, the slow, deliberate movements of insects going about their mysterious business. Charles was the fifth of 6 children, growing up in the comfortable embrace of siblings who shared games, stories, and discoveries. His older sisters, Marion, Caroline, and Susan, often looked after him, while his brother Erasmus, closest to him in age, became his companion in childhood adventures. The youngest, Emily Catherine, completed the family circle. In those days, the Darwin children would wander through the gardens and nearby countryside, their footsteps soft on the dewy grass as they collected specimens and observed the world around them unhurried curiosity of childhood. When Charles was only 8 years old, his mother Susanna fell ill. The household grew quieter as she weakened, and in July 1817, she passed away. The summer breeze that year carried a new heaviness for young Charles, who would later recall little of his mother except a vague memory of her deathbed, her black velvet gown, and a work table she once used. After her passing, Charles's older sisters took on greater responsibility in raising him and his younger sister, creating a nurturing environment despite their loss. In the gentle flow of days that followed, Charles began his formal education at a day school in Shrewsbury. Walking the short distance from the mount each morning, the school was run by Reverend George Case, a Unitarian minister who believed in a patient, thoughtful approach to learning. Here, Charles began to develop his academic interests, though he was not yet showing signs of the brilliance that would later define him. He was, by his own later admission, an ordinary child with ordinary interests. At home, Charles found comfort in collecting things: shells, seals, coins, and minerals. All found their way into his careful collections. He would spend hours arranging and cataloging his treasures, developing an attention to detail and classification that would serve him well in later years. His father, observing this meticulous nature, might have seen glimpses of the scientist Charles would become, though at the time, he was simply a boy finding joy in the order he could create from the world's diverse offerings. When Charles was 9 years old, he was sent to Shrewsbury School as a boarder. The school, housed in a building that had once been a medieval hospital, stood across town from his home, though the mount was visible from the school grounds. Charles now slept away from home, adapting to the rhythms of boarding school life. The headmaster, Dr. Samuel Butler, ran the school with a focus on classical education. Latin and Greek texts filled Charles's days, though they did not capture his imagination as the natural world did. The school days passed slowly for young Charles. He would later recall that nothing could have been worse for the development of my mind than doctor. The emphasis on memorization and classical languages felt disconnected from his growing interest in the practical and observable aspects of the world. Still, even in this environment that did not nurture his true interests, Charles found moments of joy. He developed a passion for long, solitary walks through the countryside, where he could observe plants and animals at his own unhurried pace. During these formative years, Charles began to develop his love for hunting and outdoor pursuits. He would wander through fields and woods, learning to recognize birds by their calls, understanding the habits of local wildlife, and developing the patient observation skills that would later transform science. His brother Erasmus sometimes joined him in these explorations, the two boys moving quietly through the landscape, attuned to its subtle rhythms and revelations. At home during school holidays, Charles continued his collecting with growing seriousness. His father, though sometimes questioning the practical value of these pursuits, provided Charles with the freedom to explore his interests. Doctor, these words, spoken perhaps in a moment of frustration, would be remembered by Charles with amusement in later years, when his scientific achievements had proven his father's prediction quite wrong. As Charles entered his teenage years, his father began to consider his future prospects. Medicine seemed a natural choice. The Darwin family had produced several physicians of note, including not only Robert, but also Charles's grandfather, the remarkable Erasmus Darwin. Erasmus had been not only a doctor, but also a natural philosopher, poet, and inventor, whose work, Zoonomia, had even touched on ideas of species transformation, though Charles never knew this grandfather, who died 7 years before his birth. The intellectual legacy of Erasmus Darwin created a gentle current that would later help carry Charles toward his own evolutionary thinking. At 16, Charles was sent to Edinburgh University to study medicine, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather. He traveled north to Scotland in the autumn of 1825, accompanied by his brother Erasmus, who was also pursuing medical studies. Edinburgh was then a center of medical education, its university renowned throughout Europe for progressive thinking and practical teaching methods. The brothers settled into lodgings near the university, and Charles began attending lectures on anatomy, chemistry, materia medica, and other subjects required of medical students. The city itself was a place of contrasts. Elegant new town streets, with their orderly Georgian architecture, stood not far from the medieval lanes of the old town. In the distance, the waters of the Firth of Forth stretched toward the North Sea, bringing ships and ideas from distant shores. Charles found certain aspects of medical training deeply distressing. He attended 2 operations at the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary. But in those days before anesthesia, the suffering of patients was unbearable to witness. After seeing a child undergo surgery, Charles fled the operating theater and vowed never to return. His sensitivity to suffering, which would later extend to a dislike of any cruelty to animals, made certain aspects of medicine impossible for him to pursue. Yet Edinburgh offered Charles something perhaps more valuable than medical training. It introduced him to natural history and scientific thinking in a more formal way. He joined the Student Plinian Society, which was dedicated to natural history, and began to attend lectures by Robert Jameson, professor of natural history in Jameson's museum. Charles spent hours examining specimens from around the world, each one a silent testament to the diversity of life. Perhaps most significantly, in Edinburgh, Charles met Robert Grant, a zoologist who studied marine invertebrates. Grant took an interest in the young Darwin and introduced him to the systematic study of marine creatures. Together, they would walk along the shores of the Firth of Forth, collecting specimens from tidal pools and discussing their findings. Grant was familiar with the evolutionary ideas of Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and other continental naturalists, and in their conversations, he exposed Charles to concepts of species change that were considered radical at the time. Charles's first scientific discovery came during this period, when he observed that the so-called eggs of the sea mat flustra were actually free-swimming larvae. He presented this finding to the Plinian Society, experiencing for the first time the quiet satisfaction of contributing new knowledge to science. Though seemingly minor, this discovery represented an important step in his development as a naturalist. After 2 years at Edinburgh, it became clear to both Charles and his father that medicine was not his calling. With gentle understanding, Dr. Robert Darwin suggested an alternative path, the church. Though this might seem surprising given Charles's later scientific work, at the time the clergy was a respectable profession for gentlemen with intellectual interests. Many naturalists of the era were clergymen who studied God's creation as part of their vocation. To prepare for this new direction, Charles needed a degree from an English university. In January 1828, he arrived at Christ's College, Cambridge, to begin studies for a Bachelor of Arts degree, which would be the first step toward ordination in the Church of England. Cambridge in the 1820s was a place of ancient traditions and unhurried academic life. The college buildings, some dating back to medieval times, surrounded courtyards where students had walked for centuries. The River Cam flowed gently past the college backs, where willow trees trailed their branches in the water. At Cambridge, Charles found himself more at ease than he had been at Edinburgh, though the required studies in classics and mathematics did not particularly inspire him. He found joy in other aspects of university life. He made friends among fellow students, particularly those who shared his interest in natural history. And one story from this period illustrates both his dedication to beetle collecting and his good-natured personality. One day, while tearing off some old bark from a tree, he saw 2 rare beetles and caught one in each hand. Then he spotted a third, a species he had never seen before. Not wanting to lose the beetles he had already caught, but desperate to secure the third, Charles popped one beetle in his mouth to free a hand. Unfortunately, the beetle released a defensive chemical so bitter that Charles was forced to spit it out, losing that specimen, but creating an anecdote he would share with amusement throughout his life. More significant than his beetle collecting was Charles's relationship with several Cambridge professors who recognized and encouraged his scientific interests. Foremost among these was John Stevens Henslow, professor of botany. Henslow took a special interest in the young Darwin, inviting him to weekly open houses where scientific ideas were discussed in an atmosphere of collegial warmth. Students who became regular attendees at these gatherings were known as Henslow's walking party, as the botanist would often lead them on excursions into the countryside to study plants in their natural settings. Henslow became a mentor and friend to Charles, recognizing in the young man a keen observer with a deep love of natural history. Their walks together through the Cambridgeshire countryside were filled with unhurried observations and gentle discussions of the natural world. Henslow taught Charles the importance of precise observation and careful collection of specimens, skills that would prove invaluable in his later work. Another influential figure in Charles's Cambridge years was Adam Sedgwick, professor of geology, in the summer of 1831. After Charles had completed his degree requirements, but before he had actually graduated, Sedgwick invited him to assist on a geological field trip to Wales. Together, they traveled through the Welsh countryside, with Sedgwick teaching Charles how to observe geological formations and understand the stories written in stone. These lessons in field geology would serve Charles well during his coming voyage around the world. As his time at Cambridge drew to a close, Charles had fulfilled the academic requirements for ordination. Though he had not yet committed himself to taking holy orders, he had developed into a well-rounded young naturalist with particular interests in geology and entomology. His future seemed to be taking shape along predictable lines. Perhaps a country parsonage where he could combine clerical duties with the study of local natural history, following the model of Gilbert White and other naturalist clergymen. But sometimes life takes unexpected turns, carried by currents we cannot see until they are bearing us toward new horizons. For Charles Darwin, that current arrived in the form of a letter from Professor Henslow in August 1831, just as he was returning from his Welsh expedition with Sedgwick. The letter described an opportunity that would transform not only Charles's life, but eventually our understanding of life itself. The chance to serve as a gentleman naturalist aboard HMS Beagle on a surveying voyage around the world. The ship's captain, Robert Fitzroy, was seeking an educated companion who could serve as the ship's naturalist while providing conversation and social companionship for the captain during a voyage expected to last 2 years. Henslow had recommended Charles for the position, seeing in his young friend the perfect combination of scientific knowledge, adaptability, and gentlemanly demeanor. Charles's first reaction was excitement, but his father objected to the plan, seeing it as another detour from a stable career path. If you can find any man of common sense who advises you to go, Doctor, fortunately for science, Charles's uncle Josiah Wedgwood intervened, persuading Dr. Darwin that the voyage would be valuable for his son's development. With his father's blessing secured, Charles accepted the position and began preparations for a journey that would stretch not for 2 years, but 5, taking him around the world and toward insights that would revolutionize our understanding of life on Earth. As the autumn of 1831 deepened toward winter, Charles Darwin now 22 years old, prepared to leave behind the familiar landscapes of England. The quiet gardens of the Mount, the ancient courtyards of Cambridge, the tidal pools of Edinburgh, all had shaped him in different ways. From his family, he had inherited curiosity and compassion. From his education, he had gained knowledge and methods of inquiry. From his own experiences collecting and observing, he had developed patience and attention to detail. No one, least of all Charles himself, could have predicted how these qualities would serve him as he encountered the diverse life forms of distant continents and islands as HMS Beagle prepared to sail from Plymouth in December 1831. Charles Darwin stood on the threshold of discoveries that would transform him from an enthusiastic young naturalist into one of history's most influential scientists. But that transformation still lay ahead, waiting to unfold with the same patient inevitability as the natural processes he would come to understand so deeply. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. As the autumn of 1831 deepened toward winter, Charles Darwin, now 22 years old, prepared to leave behind the familiar landscapes of England. The quiet gardens of the Mount, the ancient courtyards of Cambridge, the tidal pools of Edinburgh, all had shaped him in different ways. From his family, he had inherited curiosity and compassion. From his education, he had gained knowledge and methods of inquiry. From his own experiences collecting and observing, he had developed patience and attention to detail. No one, least of all Charles himself, could have predicted how these qualities would serve him as he encountered the diverse life forms of distant continents and islands as HMS Beagle prepared to sail from Plymouth in December 1831. Charles Darwin stood on the threshold of discoveries that would transform him from an enthusiastic young naturalist into one of history's most influential scientists. But that transformation still lay ahead, waiting to unfold with the same patient inevitability as the natural processes he would come to understand so deeply. The educational journey that had led young Charles to this momentous departure began in his childhood, in the gentle rolling countryside of Shrewsbury. As a boy of 8, Charles attended a day school run by Reverend Case, where the first seeds of his formal education were planted. The classroom windows looked out upon gardens, where occasionally Charles would gaze, his mind already drawn to the natural world beyond the walls of structured learning. The soft afternoon light would filter through those windows, casting golden patterns across his desk as he reluctantly focused on his Latin exercises. In 1818, when Charles was just 9 years old, his educational path took him to Shrewsbury School, where his older brother Erasmus had already been studying. The school, housed in a building dating back to the 1600s, stood near the flowing waters of the River Severn. The stone corridors echoed with the footsteps of generations of boys who had passed through before him. Here, Charles found himself immersed in a classical education that emphasized Greek and Latin, subjects that failed to capture his imagination or inspire his natural curiosity. The headmaster, Dr. Samuel Butler, was a stern figure who valued traditional learning above all else. Charles would later recall these years with little fondness, finding the rote memorization and classical focus far removed from his growing interest in the natural sciences. During these school years, Charles would often escape into the countryside during his free time, collecting beetles and observing birds with increasing attention to their varied characteristics: the gentle rustling of leaves underfoot, the soft calls of woodland birds, and the quiet moments of discovery brought him more joy than any classroom lesson. Even in those early years, Charles displayed a tendency toward patient observation. He would sit for long periods beside streams, watching the delicate movements of water insects, or kneel in meadows, studying the intricate patterns of wildflowers. His fingers would carefully turn over stones to reveal the small creatures sheltering beneath, his eyes noting differences and similarities with an intuitive understanding that would later develop into scientific rigor. In 1825, recognizing that Charles showed little aptitude for following in his father's footsteps as a physician, Dr. Robert Darwin sent his son to Edinburgh University to study medicine. The university, already ancient by the standards of the day, had been established in 1583 and was renowned for its medical education. The city of Edinburgh itself was a place of intellectual ferment, nicknamed the Athens of the North for its cultural and scientific significance. During the Scottish Enlightenment, the grey stone buildings of the university stood against the backdrop of Edinburgh's dramatic landscape. With the castle perched high above the city and the waters of the Firth of Forth glimmering in the distance, Charles's lodgings were comfortable but modest. A room with a small fireplace where he would sometimes sit late into the evening, reading by candlelight as the wind whistled around the corners of the building. At Edinburgh, Charles found the medical lectures fascinating in theory, but distressing in practice. The surgical demonstrations of the era, performed without anesthesia, proved too difficult for his sensitive nature to endure. He would later write of leaving an operation on a child, unable to bear the screams. This experience helped shape his compassionate worldview, a quality that would later inform his understanding of suffering in the natural world. Though medicine itself did not capture Darwin's heart, Edinburgh provided him with invaluable experiences that would shape his scientific development. It was here that he first encountered serious natural history and geology. Under the guidance of Professor Robert Jameson, Charles attended lectures on natural history and participated in field excursions, walking along the shores of the Firth of Forth, where the gentle lapping of waves against the rocky shore provided a soothing backdrop to their scientific discussions, perhaps most significantly. At Edinburgh, Charles formed a friendship with Dr. Robert Grant, a zoologist who introduced him to marine invertebrate anatomy. Together, they would walk along the beaches near Leith, collecting specimens from tidal pools left by the receding sea. The cool water would swirl around their ankles as they bent to examine the strange and beautiful creatures dwelling in these miniature ecosystems. Dr. Grant, an admirer of the evolutionary ideas of Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, may have planted the earliest seeds of evolutionary thinking in Darwin's mind. Though at the time, Charles was not particularly receptive to these radical notions. After 2 years at Edinburgh, it became clear that medicine was not Charles's calling. With gentle patience, his father suggested an alternative path, the church. Though Charles had reservations about some religious doctrines, he was not opposed to the idea of becoming a country parson, a role that would allow him ample time to pursue his growing interest in natural history. With this new direction in mind, Charles enrolled at Christ's College, Cambridge, in 1828. The ancient university town welcomed Charles with its timeless beauty. The River Cam flowed gently past college gardens, and willow trees trailed their branches in the water. The limestone buildings, weathered by centuries of English seasons, housed libraries filled with knowledge and rooms where great minds had pondered the mysteries of existence long before Charles arrived. His rooms at Christ's College were comfortable, with windows that looked out onto the college grounds, where fellow students strolled and conversed. At Cambridge, Charles's intellectual life flourished in unexpected ways. Though he dutifully studied theology, it was in the natural sciences that he found his true passion. The gentle guidance of Professor John Stevens Henslow proved transformative. Henslow, a botanist of considerable reputation, recognized something special in the young Darwin and took him under his wing. On Friday evenings, Henslow hosted gatherings where students and faculty discussed scientific matters in a convivial atmosphere. The soft glow of oil lamps illuminated these conversations, which often continued late into the evening, voices gradually growing quieter as the night deepened around them. Henslow became more than a teacher to Charles. He became a mentor and friend. The professor's gentle manner and encyclopedic knowledge of botany inspired Darwin. Together, they would walk through the countryside surrounding Cambridge, Henslow pointing out the subtle differences between plant species, teaching Charles to observe with greater precision the soft crunch of their footsteps on country paths, the occasional call of a distant bird, and the rustle of leaves overhead created a peaceful backdrop to these educational rambles. It was also at Cambridge that Charles developed his passion for beetle collecting, a pursuit that absorbed much of his free time. He would spend hours searching under bark and stones, carefully collecting specimens to add to his growing collection. On one famous occasion, he spotted two rare beetles, and having already filled his specimen boxes, popped one into his mouth for safekeeping while he captured the other. A testament to his enthusiasm, if not his judgment. Another significant influence at Cambridge was Adam Sedgwick, a geologist who took Charles on a field expedition to Wales in the summer of 1831. As they traversed the ancient Welsh landscape, Sedgwick taught Charles how to read the story of the earth written in its rocks. The layers of stone, deposited over unimaginable spans of time, revealed a history far older than human records. The mountains that rose gently against the sky had once been seabeds. The valleys had been carved by glaciers, moving with imperceptible slowness over thousands of years. These lessons in geological time would later prove crucial to Darwin's understanding of the slow processes of natural selection. Charles graduated from Cambridge in 1831, having passed his examinations without distinction, but having gained something far more valuable: a network of scientific mentors and a deepening understanding of natural history. His formal education complete, he planned to join a friend on a trip to Tenerife to study natural history. This modest plan was soon overshadowed by a much grander opportunity. It was Professor Henslow who recommended Charles for the position of naturalist aboard HMS Beagle. Captain Robert Fitzroy was seeking a gentleman naturalist to accompany him on a surveying voyage to South America. Someone who could collect specimens and make observations while also providing companionship. Henslow, recognizing Darwin's potential, suggested him for the role, writing that he considered Charles to be the best qualified person he knew. The letter offering this opportunity arrived at the Mount in August 1831, while Charles was away on a geological expedition. Upon his return, he found the household abuzz with the news. The prospect of such a voyage filled him with excitement. A chance to see distant lands, to collect unknown species, to witness landscapes untouched by European influence. In the quiet of his bedroom at the Mount, Charles imagined tropical forests with their canopies of green stretching endlessly overhead, islands rising from azure seas, and strange creatures unlike any he had encountered in England. His father's initial objection to the voyage stemmed from parental concern rather than any lack of faith in his son's abilities. Dr. Darwin worried about the dangers of such a lengthy journey and feared it might represent yet another diversion from a stable career path. The evening conversations between father and son took place in the book-lined study at the Mount, where the ticking of the mantel clock marked the passing moments as they discussed Charles's future. The fire would crackle softly in the grate, casting warm light across their faces as they spoke. It was Charles's uncle, Josiah Wedgwood II, who finally persuaded Dr. Darwin to consent to the voyage. Josiah, a man of practical wisdom and considerable influence within the family, saw the potential benefits of such an experience for his nephew. The two men discussed the matter at Mare Hall, the Wedgwood family home, where the gardens sloped gently down to a lake. Perhaps they walked those grounds together, their footsteps leaving temporary impressions in the damp grass as they considered Charles's future. With his father's blessing secured, Charles threw himself into preparations for the voyage. He consulted with scientists about what equipment he would need, purchased books on natural history to take with him, and acquired the skills necessary for collecting and preserving specimens. The weeks before departure passed in a flurry of activity. Yet there were moments of quiet reflection too, as Charles contemplated the journey ahead. As the departure date approached, Charles said goodbye to his family at the Mount, the embrace of his sisters, the firm handshake of his father, the whispered words of encouragement. All these he carried with him as he traveled to Plymouth, where the Beagle waited. The journey from Shrewsbury to Plymouth took him through the English countryside in autumn, past fields where farmers were bringing in the last of the harvest, through villages where life continued in its unhurried way, and finally to the bustling port where his future awaited. The HMS Beagle, a 10-gun brig sloop of the Royal Navy, was not a large vessel, just 90 feet long and 24 feet wide. It would be Charles's home for the next 5 years. His cabin, shared with 2 other men, was cramped and often uncomfortable. But it was here that he would write his journal entries, examine specimens, and slowly develop the ideas that would one day revolutionize scientific understanding. As the Beagle prepared to sail from Plymouth in December 1831, Charles stood on deck, watching the coastline of England recede into the distance. The cold wind carried the scent of salt and possibility. Behind him lay his education, his family, everything familiar. Ahead lay uncharted waters, both literally and intellectually. The gentle rocking of the ship beneath his feet was the beginning of a motion that would carry him around the world and toward insights that would change humanity's understanding of life itself. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. As the HMS Beagle sailed away from the shores of England, Charles Darwin began to settle into the rhythm of life at sea. The first few weeks were difficult as his body adjusted to the constant motion of the waves. The gentle rolling of the ship in calm waters was pleasant enough. But when storms came, Darwin found himself confined to his small berth, suffering from seasickness that seemed to drain all energy from his limbs. He would lie there, listening to the creaking of the ship's timbers and the muffled shouts of sailors above, wondering if he had made a terrible mistake in accepting this position. Captain Robert Fitzroy, a serious young man only 4 years older than Darwin, commanded the vessel with precision and discipline. Fitzroy had specifically requested a naturalist companion for this voyage, someone educated who could provide intellectual conversation during the long journey. Their relationship developed slowly, like the gradual shifting of continental shelves. At first, they found common ground in their shared social class and education, though Fitzroy was more conservative in his views, more rigid in his thinking. They dined together in the captain's quarters, discussing literature, philosophy, and the latest scientific theories, while the ship carried them steadily southward through warming seas. The purpose of the Beagle's voyage was primarily to chart coastlines and create accurate maps for naval and commercial purposes. This was the practical work of empire building, ensuring safe passage for British ships across the globe. Darwin's role was secondary, to observe and collect specimens of plants, animals, rocks, and fossils from the lands they visited. No one, least of all Darwin himself, could have predicted how significant these collections would become as the Beagle approached the coast of South America in early 1832. Darwin's seasickness subsided, and his natural curiosity blossomed. The first landfall at Bahia, Brazil, overwhelmed his senses. The vibrant green of the tropical forest, so different from the muted tones of the English countryside, stretched before him in seemingly endless profusion. The warm, humid air carried unfamiliar scents, exotic flowers, rich soil, the subtle musk of unseen animals. Darwin wandered through this new world with wide eyes, collecting specimens and filling his journal with detailed observations. His hands, once soft from a gentleman's life, grew calloused from handling rocks and digging for fossils. His skin bronzed under the tropical sun as he spent long days exploring coastlines and forests, mountains and plains. Each evening, he would return to the ship with his collection bags full, his mind teeming with questions about what he had seen. In the small confines of his cabin, he would carefully preserve his specimens, pressing plants between pages of books, storing insects in small boxes, labeling everything meticulously with location and date. The Beagle continued its journey, sailing down the east coast of South America, around Cape Horn, and up the west coast. Each new location presented Darwin with fresh wonders to explore. In Argentina, he discovered the fossilized remains of giant extinct mammals, creatures unlike anything currently living. He pondered what forces might have caused these massive animals to disappear, while smaller, similar species survived. The questions settled into his mind like a seed, dormant but alive, waiting for the right conditions to germinate. In the coastal regions of Chile, Darwin experienced his first earthquake, a powerful force that raised the land several feet in some areas. He observed marine shells, now high above sea level, and realized that such geological changes, occurring over vast periods of time, could transform landscapes entirely. The slow, patient work of natural forces began to fascinate him. Time itself took on new meaning as he considered how many thousands, perhaps millions of years, might be required for mountains to rise from the sea or valleys to be carved by rivers. The ship's journey continued across the Pacific to the Galapagos Islands, a place that would later become synonymous with Darwin's name. Yet, at the time of his visit, in September 1835, he did not immediately recognize the significance of what he observed there. The islands, volcanic and harsh, seemed at first glance unremarkable, but as he explored, Darwin noticed subtle variations in the plants and animals from island to island. The finches, in particular, showed differences in their beaks depending on which island they inhabited and what food sources were available to them. Darwin collected specimens diligently, but it would be years before he fully understood the implications of these variations. The vice-governor of the islands mentioned casually that he could tell which island a tortoise came from simply by looking at its shell. This comment drifted into Darwin's consciousness like a feather on a breeze, seemingly insignificant at the time, but destined to settle in a place where it would later take on profound meaning. The Beagle's journey continued across the vast Pacific, visiting Tahiti, New Zealand, and Australia. In each location, Darwin observed, collected, and reflected. His journals grew thick with entries, detailed descriptions of landscapes, animals, plants, and geological features. He sent crates of specimens back to England whenever possible, building a collection that would eventually include thousands of items from across the globe. Throughout this time, Darwin was not just collecting, he was developing as a scientist. His observational skills sharpened, his ability to see patterns and connections strengthened. He began to question established theories and to form his own hypotheses about the natural world. The young man who had boarded the Beagle as an enthusiastic amateur was slowly transforming into a methodical, thoughtful naturalist. The voyage was not without its challenges. Darwin endured physical discomforts, from seasickness to tropical illnesses, from insect bites to injuries sustained while exploring rough terrain. There were emotional challenges, too: homesickness, occasional conflicts with Captain Fitzroy, and the isolation that comes from being the only scientist among a crew of sailors. Yet these difficulties were balanced by the joy of discovery, the thrill of seeing places few Europeans had visited, and the deep satisfaction of contributing to scientific knowledge. As the Beagle began its journey home in 1836, Darwin had changed profoundly. His understanding of the natural world had expanded beyond anything he could have imagined when he first stepped aboard. His collection of specimens represented one of the most comprehensive surveys of global natural history ever assembled by a single individual. And in his mind, questions were forming that would eventually lead to his theory of evolution by natural selection. Upon returning to England in October 1836, Darwin was surprised to discover that he had become something of a scientific celebrity. His father, who had once worried about his son's direction in life, now beamed with pride. The specimens Darwin had sent back during the voyage had been shared with various specialists, and reports of his discoveries had circulated in scientific circles. He was welcomed into the Geological Society and other prestigious scientific organizations. His observations and theories about coral reef formation, published shortly after his return, established him as a serious geologist. Darwin settled in London and began the enormous task of organizing his collections and notes from the voyage. He arranged for experts in various fields to examine and describe his specimens: ornithologists for the birds, entomologists for the insects, botanists for the plants. This collaborative approach allowed for more detailed and accurate analysis than Darwin could have accomplished alone. During this period, Darwin's health began to suffer. He experienced mysterious symptoms: heart palpitations, trembling hands, nausea, and fatigue that would plague him for the rest of his life. Some have suggested these problems were psychosomatic, perhaps related to the stress of developing theories he knew would be controversial. Others believe he may have contracted a tropical disease during the voyage. Whatever the cause, these health issues often forced Darwin to work from home, establishing a pattern of quiet, methodical study that would characterize the rest of his career. The book was well received, praised for its detailed observations and engaging writing style. It established Darwin as not just a scientist, but also a skilled communicator who could make natural history accessible and interesting to general readers. That same year, Darwin married his cousin, Emma Wedgwood. Their union would prove a source of great comfort and stability for Darwin throughout his life. Emma managed their household with quiet efficiency, creating a peaceful environment where Darwin could work despite his health challenges. She read to him when his eyes were too strained to read himself, helped organize his notes, and provided emotional support during periods of illness and self-doubt. The young couple initially lived in London, but Darwin's health problems and his desire for a quieter environment led them to move to Down House in Kent in 1842. This country home, surrounded by gardens and fields, would be Darwin's base for the remaining 40 years of his life. Here, in a study overlooking the garden, he would develop his most revolutionary ideas. Throughout the 1840s, Darwin continued to publish works based on his beagle collections. He wrote detailed studies of coral reefs, volcanic islands, and geological observations from South America. These works established him as a respected naturalist and earned him the Royal Society's Royal Medal in 1853. Yet, all the while, he was privately developing his thoughts on the most controversial question of all: how species might change over time. Darwin was not the first to consider the possibility of evolution. His own grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, had written about the concept. The French naturalist Jean-Baptiste Lamarck had proposed a mechanism for evolutionary change, but these earlier theories lacked a convincing explanation for how evolution might occur. Darwin's breakthrough was identifying natural selection as the driving force behind evolutionary change. The idea came to him gradually, like the slow formation of a pearl around a grain of sand. His observations from the Beagle voyage, the fossil mammals of South America, the slight variations in Galapagos finches, the geographical distribution of similar species, all contributed to his thinking. Darwin realized that in this struggle, individuals with advantageous traits would be more likely to survive and reproduce, passing those traits to their offspring. Over many generations, this process could lead to significant changes in a species, potentially even the formation of new species. The mechanism was elegant in its simplicity, yet profound in its implications. For years, Darwin developed this theory in private, filling notebooks with observations and arguments, conducting experiments in his garden and greenhouse. He was well aware that his ideas would be seen as radical, challenging not just scientific orthodoxy, but also religious beliefs about divine creation. His own wife, Emma, a devout Christian, was troubled by the implications of his work. Darwin himself struggled with the philosophical and theological questions his theory raised. In 1844, Darwin wrote a lengthy essay outlining his theory, but instructed his wife to publish it only in the event of his death. He continued to gather evidence, planning to present his case in a comprehensive, meticulously documented book that would address potential objections and provide overwhelming support for his conclusions. This careful, methodical approach was characteristic of Darwin's scientific work. Unlike some of his more flamboyant contemporaries, he did not rush to publish provocative theories or engage in public debates. He preferred the quiet accumulation of evidence, the patient testing of hypotheses, the gradual building of an irrefutable case. This caution served him well in developing a theory that would fundamentally change humanity's understanding of life on Earth. As the 1850s progressed, Darwin continued his research, corresponding with naturalists around the world, conducting breeding experiments with pigeons, and studying the classification of barnacles, a project that took him 8 years to complete. This detailed work on barnacles enhanced his understanding of variation within species and strengthened his credentials as a biologist. Darwin might have continued in this careful, unhurried way for many more years had he not received a letter in 1858 that changed everything. Alfred Russel Wallace, a naturalist working in the Malay archipelago, sent Darwin a paper outlining a theory of evolution by natural selection. Essentially, the same theory Darwin had been developing for 20 years. Wallace asked Darwin to review the paper, and if he thought it worthwhile, to forward it for publication. This unexpected development forced Darwin to act. His friends Charles Lyell and Joseph Hooker arranged for Wallace's paper to be presented alongside extracts from Darwin's unpublished writings at a meeting of the Linnean Society in July 1858. This joint presentation ensured that both men received credit for the theory, though Darwin's more extensive work and earlier development of the ideas were acknowledged. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. Darwin might have continued in this careful, unhurried way for many more years had he not received a letter in 1858 that changed everything. Alfred Russel Wallace, a naturalist working in the Malay archipelago, sent Darwin a paper outlining a theory of evolution by natural selection. Essentially, the same theory Darwin had been developing for 20 years. Wallace asked Darwin to review the paper, and if he thought it worthwhile, to forward it for publication. This unexpected development forced Darwin to act. His friends Charles Lyell and Joseph Hooker arranged for Wallace's paper to be presented alongside extracts from Darwin's unpublished writings at a meeting of the Linnean Society in July 1858. This joint presentation ensured that both men received credit for the theory, though Darwin's more extensive work and earlier development of the ideas were acknowledged. Following this pivotal moment, Darwin devoted himself to completing his masterwork in his comfortable study at Down House. Surrounded by his books and specimens, he worked steadily through the seasons. The gentle rhythm of country life flowed around him. The soft calls of birds in the garden, the distant sounds of his children playing, the comforting rituals of afternoon tea brought by Emma, his devoted wife, through autumn rains and winter snows, through spring blossoms and summer warmth. Darwin refined his arguments, gathering his evidence like a patient gardener, collecting the most perfect specimens on November 24, 1859, on the origin of species by means of natural selection, or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life, was published. The first printing of 1,250 copies sold out on the first day. Darwin had distilled 2 decades of thought, observation, and experimentation into a single volume of remarkable clarity and persuasive power. The book was written not for specialists, but for general readers, its prose accessible yet precise, like a gentle stream that nevertheless carves its path with certainty through the landscape of scientific thought. In this landmark work, Darwin presented his theory with meticulous care. He began with observations of domestic animals and plants, showing how breeders had modified species through artificial selection. With unhurried prose, he guided readers to consider how a similar process might occur in nature. He introduced the concept of the struggle for existence, not as a violent battle, but as a quiet, persistent effort of all living things to survive and reproduce in a world of limited resources. Darwin explained how individuals with advantageous variations would tend to survive and pass these traits to their offspring. Over vast stretches of time, measured in thousands and millions of years, These small changes would accumulate, potentially resulting in new species. The process was gradual, like the almost imperceptible movement of clouds across a summer sky, or the slow, soothing rhythm of waves reshaping a shoreline over centuries. The book's impact was profound, though it unfolded slowly, like ripples spreading outward from a pebble dropped in still water. Some readers were immediately convinced by Darwin's careful reasoning and abundant evidence. Others found his ideas troubling, as they challenged long-held beliefs about creation and humanity's place in the natural world. Religious leaders, philosophers, and fellow scientists engaged with Darwin's theory, sometimes embracing it, sometimes modifying it, sometimes rejecting it entirely. Throughout the debates that followed, Darwin maintained a gentle dignity. He rarely engaged in public controversy, preferring to let his work speak for itself. When criticism came, as it inevitably did, he considered it thoughtfully, sometimes incorporating valid points into revised editions of his book. There were 6 editions published during his lifetime, each refined and expanded, like a garden that grows more beautiful with each season of careful tending. In the years following the publication of Origin, Darwin continued his scientific work with the same patient attention to detail that had always characterized his approach. He turned his focus to specific aspects of natural history that supported and extended his theory. In 1862, he published on the various contrivances by which British and foreign orchids are fertilized by insects, a lovely exploration of the intricate relationships between flowers and their pollinators. This study of orchids revealed Darwin's gift for observing the smallest details of natural relationships. With tender care, he documented how each orchid species had evolved specialized structures to ensure cross-pollination. He would spend hours in his greenhouse, watching as bees and other insects visited the flowers, their bodies dusted with pollen as they moved from bloom to bloom. There was a peaceful joy in these observations, a quiet celebration of nature's endless creativity. In 1865, Darwin published a paper on climbing plants, describing the graceful movements by which vines and tendrils find their way upward toward the light. He noted how the tips of growing plants move in slow circles, feeling for supports, responding to touch with gentle yet persistent force. There was something meditative in Darwin's descriptions of these movements, as if he had attuned himself to the plant's own unhurried sense of time. Darwin's home at Down House became a sanctuary for his work and family life. The sandwalk, a gravel path that wound through the grounds, became his thinking path. Each day, weather permitting, he would take several turns around this thinking path, his footsteps falling in a soothing rhythm as his mind worked through scientific problems. Small piles of flint stones marked his progress. He would kick one aside with each completed circuit, allowing his thoughts to flow freely without needing to count his rounds. As the years passed gently by, Darwin continued to build upon his great theory. Here, Darwin explored in greater depth how humans had modified species through selective breeding, creating the diverse varieties of pigeons, dogs, cattle, and garden plants that enriched Victorian life. In his study of domestic animals, Darwin showed remarkable patience. His work with pigeons was particularly thorough. He joined pigeon clubs, corresponded with breeders across England, and maintained his own dovecote at Down House. With gentle hands, he examined hundreds of specimens, noting variations in beaks, feathers, and behaviors. The soft cooing of his pigeons became a comforting backdrop to his work. Their graceful flights, a reminder of nature's endless capacity for variation. In this book, he directly addressed human evolution, suggesting that humans and apes shared common ancestors. He did so with characteristic modesty and care, presenting evidence from comparative anatomy, embryology, and vestigial structures. The book also introduced the concept of sexual selection, explaining how certain traits might evolve not because they aided survival, but because they helped attract mates. Darwin described peacock feathers, deer antlers, and the songs of birds as products of this gentle form of selection. He noted how female choice could shape the evolution of beauty and display in the natural world. There was something tender in his recognition that attraction and aesthetic preference played roles in the development of species. Nature, in Darwin's view, was not merely about survival, but also about beauty, preference, and relationship. In 1872, Darwin published The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, a pioneering work in what would eventually become the field of evolutionary psychology. With careful attention, he documented how emotional expressions, smiles, frowns, expressions of surprise or disgust, were similar across human cultures and had parallels in other animals. This suggested that emotional expressions had deep evolutionary roots, connecting humans to their animal relatives through shared patterns of feeling and communication. For this study, Darwin gathered observations from around the world. He sent questionnaires to missionaries, colonial administrators, and travelers, asking about emotional expressions in different cultures. He studied his own children, noting their expressions from infancy. He visited the London Zoo, observing the faces of primates and other mammals. With each observation, he added another thread to the tapestry of evidence supporting his evolutionary theory. Throughout these productive years, Darwin maintained an extensive correspondence with scientists, naturalists, and curious individuals from around the world. His letters, written in a clear, warm hand, connected him to a global community of thinkers. He answered questions from established scientists and amateur naturalists alike, offering encouragement to those beginning their studies and engaging thoughtfully with those who challenged his ideas. Darwin's final major work, published in 1881, focused on earthworms. The formation of vegetable mold through the action of worms, with observations on their habits, might seem a humble subject after his grand theory of evolution, but it perfectly exemplified Darwin's appreciation for how small changes, accumulated over time, could produce significant effects. The book described how earthworms gradually transform the landscape by bringing soil to the surface and dragging leaves underground. There was a gentle poetry in Darwin's attention to these humble creatures. He designed simple experiments to test their senses and behaviors, observing how they responded to light, vibration, and different kinds of food. He calculated the weight of soil brought to the surface by worms on a single acre of land, showing how these small, quiet workers gradually buried stones and ancient ruins under layers of fertile earth. The book became unexpectedly popular, perhaps because readers found comfort in its celebration of nature's quiet, persistent processes. Throughout his scientific career, Darwin maintained a humble approach to knowledge. He readily acknowledged the limits of his understanding and was quick to revise his ideas when new evidence emerged. This machine worked slowly, methodically, turning observations into insights with the steady patience of a miller grinding grain into flour. Darwin's health was often poor, especially after his return from the Beagle voyage. He suffered from various symptoms: nausea, trembling, headaches, and heart palpitations that frequently interrupted his work. Yet, he adapted to these limitations with remarkable grace, developing a routine that allowed him to continue his research despite his ailments. His illness, whatever its cause, forced a slowness upon his work that perhaps contributed to its thoroughness and depth. In his final years, Darwin continued to refine his ideas and correspond with fellow scientists. He died on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. Initially, it was planned that he would be buried in the churchyard at Down, near his beloved home. However, at the request of many prominent figures, including members of Parliament, he was instead buried in Westminster Abbey, near another great scientific thinker, Sir Isaac Newton. This honor reflected the profound impact his work had made on human understanding. Darwin's legacy continues to unfold like a slow-blooming flower whose petals open more fully with each passing decade. His theory of evolution by natural selection has become the central organizing principle of biology, illuminating fields from genetics to ecology, from paleontology to medicine. The evidence supporting his ideas has grown exponentially as scientists have discovered DNA, mapped genomes, uncovered countless fossils, and observed evolution occurring in nature and in laboratories. Yet perhaps the most enduring aspect of Darwin's legacy is not just his theory, but his approach to understanding the natural world. He combined careful observation with creative thinking, patience with persistence, humility with courage. he showed how the grandest insights can emerge from the simplest observations: the shape of a finch's beak, the structure of a barnacle, the behavior of an earthworm. Darwin's life reminds us that great scientific discoveries rarely come as sudden flashes of insight, but rather emerge gradually through years of thoughtful engagement with the world around us. His work unfolded at the pace of nature itself, not in dramatic leaps, but in small, meaningful steps that accumulated over time into profound change. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine Darwin walking his sandwalk path, hands clasped behind his back, eyes occasionally lifting to observe a bird or flower, mind gently turning over some question about the natural world. In that unhurried pace, that attentive presence, lies a wisdom that transcends his specific scientific discoveries. Like the earthworms he studied in his final work, Darwin showed how small, consistent efforts, maintained over time with care and attention, can transform our understanding of the world and our place within it. His story invites us to slow down, to observe more carefully, to think more deeply. As consciousness begins to soften and sleep approaches, we might carry with us this image of patient attention, of gentle curiosity, of humble persistence in the face of life's great mysteries. Darwin's legacy is not just a theory about how species change, but an example of how to move through the world with open eyes, an open mind, and a reverence for the endless forms most beautiful that surround us as we drift into dreams. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. In the quiet countryside of Kent, far from the bustling streets of London, Charles Darwin created a life of gentle contemplation and domestic tranquility. The home he shared with his beloved wife Emma at Down House became not just the birthplace of revolutionary scientific ideas, but a sanctuary where Darwin nurtured relationships, tended to simple pleasures, and found peace in daily rhythms that sustained him through decades of careful work. Emma Wedgwood, Darwin's first cousin and eventual wife, was perhaps the most significant presence in his personal life. Their marriage in January of 1839 began a partnership of extraordinary tenderness and mutual respect that would span 43 years. Each evening, Emma would often play the piano for Charles, filling their home with the soothing melodies of Mozart or Beethoven, while he closed his eyes and allowed the music to wash over him. Though they differed in religious beliefs, Emma maintaining a deep Christian faith, while Charles gradually moved toward agnosticism. They navigated this potential divide with remarkable grace and understanding. Their correspondence reveals the depth of their connection. Such intimate observations speak to a marriage built on close attention and genuine affection. Emma became not just his companion, but his caretaker during periods of illness, reading aloud to him during his worst episodes, adjusting his pillows with gentle hands, and ensuring the household maintained the quiet atmosphere he needed to recover. Together they raised 7 children who survived to adulthood: William, Anne, Mary Eleanor, Henrietta, George, Elizabeth, and Francis. Darwin was, by all accounts, a devoted and affectionate father, breaking from the Victorian norm of paternal distance. In the evenings, he would often sit with his children gathered around, telling them stories or engaging them in simple games. He took particular joy in observing their development, noting their expressions and behaviors with the same careful attention he gave to his barnacles or orchids. The loss of their daughter Annie at age 10 in 1851 brought profound grief to both parents. This personal tragedy deepened Darwin's contemplation of suffering in the natural world, and perhaps contributed to his reluctance to publish theories that might challenge the religious consolations many found in the face of such losses. The rhythm of Darwin's days at Down House followed a gentle pattern that changed little over decades. He rose early, taking a short walk before breakfast, savoring the morning light as it illuminated the dew on grass and leaf. After a simple breakfast with Emma and the children, he would retire to his study for 2 hours of focused work, often his most productive time. The large window of his study looked out onto the garden, allowing natural light to fill the room and occasional glimpses of birds or squirrels to provide momentary diversion. Mid-morning brought correspondence. Darwin maintained connections with scientists and friends around the world through thoughtful, detailed letters written in his careful hand. After this, another period of work until a 1 o'clock luncheon with the family. These meals were opportunities for conversation and connection, with Darwin asking questions of his children and listening with genuine interest to their experiences and observations. Perhaps most cherished in his daily routine was his afternoon walk along what came to be known as the sandwalk, a gravel path he had constructed that wound through woods at the edge of his property. This thinking path allowed Darwin to combine gentle exercise with contemplation. He would often place a small pile of flint stones at the start of the path and kick one aside with each circuit completed, allowing his mind to wander freely while his body moved at an unhurried pace. The rustling of leaves, the occasional call of a thrush, the changing patterns of light through branches, all became companions to his thoughts. Darwin found deep pleasure in simple hobbies that connected him to the natural world. Gardening offered both relaxation and opportunity for observation. He would spend hours tending to his flowers, particularly enjoying the varied forms of climbing plants as they wound their way up trellises. His greenhouse became a place of experimentation and delight, where he could observe plant movements and growth patterns regardless of season or weather. Billiards became another favored pastime in his later years. The gentle click of balls and measured movements around the table, providing both mental distraction and light exercise when outdoor walks became difficult due to his health. His son Francis recalled how Darwin would announce his shots with quiet commentary, celebrating good plays with modest satisfaction. Reading occupied many of Darwin's evening hours, while scientific texts naturally formed much of his library. He also took great pleasure in novels, particularly those of Jane Austen, whose keen observations of human nature resonated with his own attentive mind. He would often have Emma read these stories aloud in the evening, their shared enjoyment creating moments of connection. Darwin's relationship with music evolved curiously over his lifetime. In his youth, he had enjoyed concerts and opera, writing of how certain compositions could cause cold shiverings of pleasure. Yet, as he aged, he found his appreciation for music diminishing, a change that troubled him as a possible atrophy of that part of the brain concerned with aesthetic pleasures. Nevertheless, Emma's evening piano playing remained a comfort, perhaps more for the loving ritual than the music itself. The Darwin household included not just family, but beloved animals. Dogs were constant companions, particularly a terrier named Polly, who would follow Darwin on his sandwalk circuits. He wrote with affection of how she would hunt all day for imaginary rats, and noted her expressions with the same care he gave to human emotions. The presence of these animals seemed to provide Darwin with uncomplicated companionship during periods when human interaction became taxing due to his health. Darwin's health concerns shaped much of his personal life. From his early 40s onward, he experienced recurring episodes of various symptoms: heart palpitations, trembling, nausea, and fatigue. These mysterious ailments led to the establishment of careful routines designed to preserve his energy and well-being. Emma became the guardian of these routines, gently but firmly limiting visitors when Charles was unwell, and ensuring he did not overexert himself. The water cure at establishments like Dr. Gully's in Malvern became a regular part of Darwin's health regimen. These visits, though sometimes challenging in their Spartan conditions, and rigorous treatments of cold wraps and limited diet, provided periods of restoration. Darwin would rise early at these establishments, walking barefoot through dewy grass in what was called the air bath. The cool morning air against his skin, a simple but invigorating pleasure. Despite his frequent illnesses, Darwin maintained a remarkable equanimity. Friends and family commented on his patience during periods of suffering, and his ability to resume work with cheerful determination during periods of improved health. This gentle persistence, this acceptance of limitation, coupled with determination to continue, characterized not just his scientific work, but his approach to daily life. Darwin's personal philosophy emerged not through grand pronouncements, but through the accumulated choices of daily living. This commitment to following evidence rather than preference shaped not just his science, but his personal ethics, kindness, and consideration marked Darwin's interactions with others. His son Francis recalled how his father would listen attentively to people regardless of their social station, showing the same interest in the observations of a gardener as those of a fellow scientist. This democratic approach to knowledge reflected Darwin's belief that understanding could come from many sources if one only paid proper attention. In his personal correspondence, Darwin revealed a touching humility about his own achievements and a generous appreciation for the work of others. He would write encouraging letters to young naturalists, taking time from his own research to offer specific, thoughtful feedback on their observations. This mentorship extended beyond formal scientific relationships. He took genuine interest in the development of his children's minds, encouraging their curiosity without imposing his own conclusions. As evenings settled over Down House, Darwin's day would often conclude with Emma reading aloud while he rested on the sofa in the drawing room. The soft lamplight, the familiar voice of his beloved wife, the occasional crackling of the fire in cooler months, these simple comforts brought the day to a gentle close. Sometimes a game of backgammon would be played, the quiet click of pieces and roll of dice punctuating comfortable silences. Darwin's approach to sleep itself reflected his methodical nature. He kept a small notebook by his bedside to record thoughts that might come in the night or early morning. Understanding that the mind continues its work even as consciousness fades, his bedroom at Down House was simply furnished but comfortable, with windows that could be opened to admit fresh air, something he valued highly for good sleep. As age advanced, Darwin's world contracted somewhat, with fewer journeys away from Down House and more time spent in familiar routines. Yet within this smaller radius, his attention to detail and capacity for wonder remained undiminished. He could find as much fascination in the movements of a household plant turning toward light as he once had in exotic specimens from distant shores. In his final years, Darwin took particular pleasure in his grandchildren, observing their development with delight and gentle curiosity. He would sit in his study chair with a child on his knee, pointing out details in illustrations, or answering their questions with patient clarity. These interactions brought a fullness to his later life, a sense of continuity and renewal, as he witnessed new generations beginning their own explorations of the world. Darwin's personal life reminds us that behind world-changing ideas often lies a foundation of quiet moments, loving relationships, and simple pleasures. His theory of evolution emerged not from isolated genius, but from a life rich in careful observation, patient reflection, and genuine connection to both the natural world and the people who shared his journey through it. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. As age advanced, Darwin's world contracted somewhat, with fewer journeys away from Down House and more time spent in familiar routines. Yet within this smaller radius, his attention to detail and capacity for wonder remained undiminished. He could find as much fascination in the movements of a household plant turning toward light as he once had in exotic specimens from distant shores. The path that led Charles Darwin to his revolutionary understanding of life's diversity was not without its thorns and steep inclines. Throughout his remarkable journey, he encountered numerous challenges that might have deterred a less determined soul. Let us drift gently through the mists of time to explore these difficulties, moving unhurriedly through the landscape of his life's struggles. Like a boat floating downstream on a summer evening, perhaps the most persistent companion on Darwin's life journey was his poor health, which began to trouble him significantly after his return from the voyage of the Beagle. For much of his adult life, Darwin experienced mysterious symptoms that would come and go like distant weather patterns. Periods of fatigue would settle over him like a heavy fog. His stomach would rebel against even the simplest meals, and strange, trembling spells would pass through his body like autumn winds through leaves. These ailments forced him to adopt a measured pace to his work, often limiting him to just a few hours of productive study each day. On particularly difficult mornings, Darwin would wake to find his body unwilling to cooperate with his eager mind. He would rest in his study, wrapped in a shawl against drafts, gazing out at the garden while waiting for strength to return. Rather than fighting against these limitations with frustration, Darwin gradually learned to flow with them, like a river finding its way around obstacles. He developed a gentle rhythm to his days, working when his body permitted, resting when it demanded. This unhurried approach, though born of necessity, perhaps contributed to his careful, thorough methods of observation and analysis. The quiet patience he cultivated during these periods of illness became a strength rather than a weakness. While other naturalists might rush from discovery to discovery, Darwin's enforced slowness allowed ideas to mature fully, like fruit ripening gradually in the sun. His theory of natural selection developed not in sudden bursts of insight, but through years of careful consideration, each thought connecting to others like dewdrops gathering on a spider's web at dawn. Beyond his physical challenges, Darwin faced the weighty emotional burden of knowing his ideas would prove controversial. The notion that species were not fixed creations, but evolved through natural processes, stood in direct opposition to prevailing religious and scientific understanding. As he worked on his theory throughout the 1840s and 1850s, he carried this knowledge like a heavy stone in his pocket, always present, always pressing upon his consciousness. Darwin was by nature a gentle, conflict-averse man who valued harmony in his relationships. The prospect of unleashing a storm of controversy troubled his peaceful spirit deeply. He confided in letters to close friends that he sometimes felt as though he were confessing to a murder when discussing his evolutionary ideas. This inner conflict between scientific truth, as he saw it, and the potential distress his work might cause others created a tension that hummed beneath the surface of his daily life, like the distant sound of waves that never quite fades from awareness. For many years, Darwin hesitated to publish his full theory, instead focusing on less controversial subjects like barnacle taxonomy. He spent 8 patient years studying barnacles, examining their tiny structures with failing eyesight, carefully documenting variations between species. This work, seemingly a detour from his evolutionary studies, actually provided crucial evidence for his larger theory, while allowing him to establish scientific credibility in less contested areas, like a gardener preparing soil before planting a delicate seedling. Darwin was creating conditions where his revolutionary ideas might eventually take root. The pressure to publish finally intensified in 1858, when Darwin received a manuscript from Alfred Russel Wallace, a naturalist working in the Malay archipelago, who had independently developed ideas strikingly similar to Darwin's own theory of natural selection. After decades of careful work, Darwin faced the possibility that another might claim priority for the very ideas that had occupied his mind for so long. This moment of crisis required him to overcome his hesitation and share his work with the world. With characteristic grace, Darwin arranged for both Wallace's paper and excerpts from his own unpublished writings to be presented jointly to the Linnean Society. Rather than rushing to claim precedence or dismissing Wallace's contribution, Darwin acknowledged their parallel thinking and treated his fellow naturalist with respect and generosity. This response to potential professional disappointment reveals much about Darwin's character. His commitment to scientific truth transcended personal ambition, like a clear stream that reflects the sky rather than its own depths. Following this joint presentation, Darwin worked with renewed purpose to complete On the Origin of Species, writing with a quiet intensity through periods of illness and family demands. The book, published in November 1859, sold out its first printing on the first day. Its reception brought both the acclaim and controversy Darwin had long anticipated, like a storm that finally breaks after hours of gathering clouds. The criticism came from expected quarters, religious leaders, traditional scientists, and cultural conservatives all raised objections to Darwin's ideas. Some attacks were scholarly and measured, others were personal and cutting. Caricatures appeared in publications depicting Darwin as half-monkey, and sermons were delivered condemning his work as dangerous heresy. These public attacks wounded Darwin's sensitive nature, though he rarely spoke of this pain even to those closest to him. Instead of engaging in heated public debates, Darwin generally responded to criticism through private correspondence and revisions to subsequent editions of his work. He answered scientific objections with additional evidence and clarified misunderstandings with patient explanation. This approach required tremendous self-restraint and humility, like a gardener who trusts the slow growth of plants rather than pulling them upward in impatience. Personal tragedy also visited Darwin repeatedly throughout his life, casting shadows across his scientific pursuits. Perhaps the deepest wound came with the death of his beloved daughter Annie in 1851. When she was just 10 years old, Darwin had always been a devoted and tender father, finding immense joy in observing his children's development. Annie's illness and death shattered something fundamental in Darwin's understanding of the world. In the quiet evenings following Annie's passing, Darwin would often walk alone in his garden, moving slowly along familiar paths as grief accompanied him like a silent companion. The naturalist who had spent decades studying the intricate mechanisms of life now confronted its fragility and impermanence in the most personal way possible. This loss deepened Darwin's already complex relationship with religious faith, like a river cutting further into its bed after heavy rains. Though Darwin never spoke publicly about how Annie's death affected his religious views, his private writings contributed to his gradual movement away from conventional Christian belief. The suffering of an innocent child seemed difficult to reconcile with the concept of a benevolent creator. Yet, even as traditional religious frameworks provided less comfort, Darwin maintained a profound sense of wonder at the natural world, finding meaning in the interconnectedness of all living things. As his revolutionary ideas slowly gained acceptance in scientific circles, Darwin continued to face the limitations of 19th century scientific knowledge. Many mechanisms that would eventually support his theory, genetics, DNA, the fossil record, remained undiscovered or poorly understood during his lifetime, like someone trying to complete a puzzle with many pieces missing. Darwin had to make logical leaps based on limited evidence, always aware that critics could point to these gaps as weaknesses in his argument. Rather than becoming defensive about these limitations, Darwin acknowledged them candidly in his writings. This intellectual humility, this willingness to acknowledge uncertainty, reflected Darwin's scientific integrity and personal modesty throughout his later years. As Darwin continued refining his theories and pursuing new areas of botanical research, he maintained this balanced approach to both criticism and acclaim. Fame came to him gradually, like the changing seasons, but it did not fundamentally alter his character or working methods. He continued rising early, taking walks along his thinking path in the garden, and corresponding with scientists around the world from his study at Down House. The chronic health problems that had shadowed Darwin since young adulthood grew more pronounced with age. Some days, he could manage only an hour of work before exhaustion overtook him like evening darkness falling prematurely. Yet even in these limited periods, he maintained his methodical approach, advancing his understanding through careful observation rather than bold leaps. When unable to work, he found comfort in having scientific papers read aloud to him by family members. His mind engaged even when his body required rest. Darwin's response to these physical limitations offers a gentle lesson in acceptance. Rather than raging against the constraints illness placed upon him, he adapted his methods and expectations, finding ways to continue his work within the boundaries his health allowed. This acceptance was not resignation, but a form of wisdom. The recognition that fighting against immovable realities consumes energy better directed elsewhere. In his final years, Darwin took particular pleasure in his grandchildren, observing their development with delight and gentle curiosity. He would sit in his study chair with a child on his knee, pointing out details in illustrations, or answering their questions with patient clarity. These interactions brought a fullness to his later life, a sense of continuity and renewal, as he witnessed new generations beginning their own explorations of the world. As Darwin's life drew toward its close, he could look back on a journey filled with both remarkable achievement and significant challenge. The shy young man who had once been seasick aboard the Beagle had transformed scientific understanding forever. The naturalist who had worried about publishing controversial ideas had lived to see those ideas begin to reshape human knowledge. The father who had suffered devastating loss had found continuing joy in family connections. Perhaps Darwin's greatest strength was not brilliance or courage, but persistence. The quiet determination to continue observing, thinking, and questioning, despite illness, criticism, and personal sorrow, like water flowing gently but consistently over stone, eventually creating profound change. Darwin's patient work gradually transformed how humanity understands its place in the natural world. In contemplating Darwin's response to life's challenges, we might find ourselves drifting toward sleep with a sense of reassurance. His story reminds us that great achievements often emerge not from dramatic moments, but from quiet persistence, that setbacks need not define our journey, and that even the most revolutionary insights develop gradually, like stars appearing one by one in the evening sky, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. In the gentle twilight of the late Georgian era, when candlelight still illuminated drawing rooms and horse-drawn carriages traversed cobblestone streets, Charles Darwin entered the world. The year was 1809, a time when Napoleon Bonaparte was reshaping the map of Europe, when the Industrial Revolution was gradually transforming Britain's landscape, and when natural philosophy, what we now call science, was still often pursued by gentlemen of leisure rather than professional researchers. The air of this era carried both the lingering fragrance of Enlightenment rationalism and the first sweet whispers of romantic idealism. Young Charles was born into a world of privilege and intellectual curiosity. His grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, had been a physician, naturalist, and poet who had already pondered the notion that species might change over time. His father, Robert, was a successful physician whose gentle guidance would shape Charles's early years. The Darwin home in Shrewsbury was a place of comfort and learning, where books lined shelves and conversations often turned to matters of science and medicine. As Darwin grew from a curious child into a thoughtful young man, Britain itself was evolving. The Napoleonic Wars ended in 1815, when Charles was just 6 years old, ushering in what would become known as the Pax Britannica, a long period of relative peace during which British influence expanded across the globe. Steam engines were beginning to power factories and eventually locomotives. The first railway lines were being planned and built, gradually shrinking distances that had once seemed vast and unchangeable. These were years of social transformation as well. The Reform Act of 1832 would expand voting rights, though still only to a fraction of the population. Movements to abolish slavery were gaining momentum, culminating in the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833. Charles's own family, particularly on his mother's side, the Wedgwoods, were known for their progressive views on such matters. The intellectual climate of Darwin's youth was equally dynamic. Geology was emerging as a serious scientific discipline, with figures like Charles Lyell suggesting that Earth was far older than biblical chronology indicated, and that its features had formed through slow, gradual processes still observable today. This concept of uniformitarianism, that present processes could explain past changes, would later profoundly influence Darwin's thinking about biological change. When young Charles boarded HMS Beagle in December 1831, at the age of 22, he was embarking on a journey that would last nearly 5 years and take him around the world. The ship sailed out into an ocean crossed increasingly by vessels of commerce and exploration, as Britain's empire continued to expand. In distant Australia, colonial settlements were growing. In China, tensions that would lead to the Opium Wars were building. In America, Andrew Jackson was president, and the tensions that would eventually erupt in civil war were slowly intensifying. As the Beagle made its way southward along the Atlantic coast of South America, Darwin experienced landscapes and cultures vastly different from those he had known in England. The voyage provided him with time-long, uninterrupted hours at sea to read and reflect. Among the books he studied was Lyell's Principles of Geology, which suggested that Earth had been shaped not by catastrophic events, but by the same gradual forces observable in the present day. The Beagle's journey continued around the tip of South America and up the Pacific coast. In the Galapagos Islands, Darwin observed variations among finches and tortoises that would later contribute to his understanding of how species adapt to different environments. Yet the significance of these observations wasn't immediately apparent to him. Like many insights, they needed time to germinate in the fertile soil of his mind. When Darwin returned to England in October 1836, he returned to a country continuing its transformation. Queen Victoria would ascend to the throne less than a year later, beginning what would become the Victorian era, a time of industrial expansion, scientific advancement, and complex social change. Railways were beginning to connect Britain's cities. Factories were producing goods in unprecedented quantities, and a growing middle class was developing its own distinct culture and values. Darwin settled into a life of quiet study and contemplation. In 1839, he married his cousin Emma Wedgwood, a woman of intelligence and deep religious faith. They established a home, first in London and later in the village of Down in Kent, where Darwin would spend the remainder of his life. Their household gradually filled with children, 10 in all, though tragically, 3 would die in childhood, including their beloved daughter Annie, whose loss in 1851 would profoundly affect both parents. Throughout these years of domestic life, Darwin was slowly, methodically developing his ideas about species change. The concept that would eventually be called evolution was not entirely new. His own grandfather had suggested something similar, as had other thinkers. But Darwin was assembling evidence, considering mechanisms, and gradually constructing a comprehensive theory that would explain how and why species change over time. The world around him continued its own evolution. The Great Exhibition of 1851 showcased Britain's industrial might and technological innovation. The Crimean War of 1850, 31856, demonstrated the destructive potential of modern warfare. In America, tensions over slavery erupted into civil war in 1861. Telegraph lines were beginning to connect distant parts of the world, allowing information to travel at unprecedented speeds. It was against this backdrop of accelerating change that Darwin finally published On the Origin of Species in 1859. After decades of careful research and contemplation, the book, which outlined his theory of evolution by natural selection, sold out its first printing on the day of publication. The response to Darwin's work was complex and multifaceted. Some scientists quickly recognized the explanatory power of his theory. Others raised scientific objections, questioning whether natural selection alone could account for the diversity of life. Religious leaders varied in their reactions. Some found ways to reconcile Darwin's ideas with their faith, while others saw his theory as a direct challenge to biblical accounts of creation. As debate about his ideas continued, Darwin himself remained largely at home in Down, continuing his research corresponding with scientists around the world and enjoying the rhythms of family life. His health, never robust after the Beagle voyage, often limited his activities. Yet, within the quiet confines of his study and garden, he continued to observe, experiment, and refine his understanding of the natural world. The Victorian era, in which Darwin's mature work emerged, was a time of paradoxes and tensions. It was an age of faith, with church attendance high and religious values deeply embedded in culture. Yet it was also an age of doubt, as new discoveries and theories raised questions about traditional beliefs. It was an era of rigid social hierarchies and moral codes, yet also one of reform movements advocating for expanded rights and opportunities. It was a time when Britain's empire reached its zenith, encompassing territories around the globe. Even as critics began to question the morality and sustainability of imperial rule, Darwin's work both reflected and contributed to these tensions. His vision of life as the product of natural processes, rather than special creation, seemed to some to undermine religious authority. His suggestion that humans shared ancestry with other primates challenged notions of human exceptionalism. Yet, for others, his theory opened new ways of understanding the world's complexity and interconnectedness. As Darwin's ideas gradually gained acceptance within the scientific community, they began to influence fields beyond biology. Social theorists applied concepts of competition and selection to human societies, sometimes in ways Darwin himself would have questioned. Philosophers contemplated the implications of a world shaped by chance and necessity, rather than divine plan. Artists and writers explored themes of struggle, adaptation, and the relationship between humans and the natural world. Through all this intellectual ferment, Darwin continued his quiet work at Down House. In the years following Origin, he published books on orchids, climbing plants, earthworms, and many other subjects. In 1871, he published The Descent of Man, which explicitly addressed human evolution and sexual selection. His final book, published in 1881, was a study of earthworms and their ecological importance, a seemingly humble subject that demonstrated his continuing fascination with how small changes, accumulated over time, can produce significant effects. As Darwin's life drew toward its close, he could look back on a journey filled with both remarkable achievement and significant challenge. The shy young man who had once been seasick aboard the Beagle had transformed scientific understanding forever. The naturalist who had worried about publishing controversial ideas had lived to see those ideas begin to reshape human knowledge. The father who had suffered devastating loss had found continuing joy in family connections. When Darwin died in April 1882, Britain was a very different place from the country of his birth. Steam power had given way to electricity in many applications. Photography had transformed visual representation. Medicine was beginning to understand the role of germs in disease. Communication technologies were connecting the world in unprecedented ways, and the understanding of life itself had been fundamentally altered by Darwin's patient work. In the decades that followed, Darwin's theory would continue to evolve, incorporating new discoveries in genetics, paleontology, and other fields. The modern synthesis of the mid-20th century would integrate Darwinian selection with Mendelian genetics. Later discoveries in molecular biology would reveal the mechanisms of heredity at levels Darwin could never have imagined. Yet the core insight that species change over time through natural selection acting on variation has remained remarkably robust. As we drift now through the gentle currents of Darwin's life and times, we might notice how the pace of change has both accelerated and remained constant. The gradual processes Darwin observed in nature, the slow adaptation of species to their environments, the patient work of earthworms transforming soil, continue alongside the more rapid changes of human society and technology. There is something soothing in this recognition that some processes unfold in their own time, resistant to hurry, requiring patience and attention. Perhaps Darwin's greatest strength was not brilliance or courage, but persistence, the quiet determination to continue observing, thinking, and questioning, despite illness, criticism, and personal sorrow, like water flowing gently but consistently over stone, eventually creating profound change. Darwin's patient work gradually transformed how humanity understands its place in the natural world. In contemplating Darwin's response to life's challenges, we might find ourselves drifting toward sleep with a sense of reassurance. His story reminds us that great achievements often emerge not from dramatic moments, but from quiet persistence, that setbacks need not define our journey, and that even the most revolutionary insights develop gradually, like stars appearing one by one in the evening sky as our thoughts grow softer and more diffuse. We might imagine Darwin walking his thinking path at Down House, observing the subtle changes of seasons, the interactions of plants and insects, the endless variations of life forms adapting to their circumstances. In this gentle image of a man in harmony with the natural world he studied so carefully, we can find a lullaby of sorts, a reminder that we too are part of nature's great continuity, connected to all that has come before and all that will follow, as we drift peacefully into dreams. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography in the gentle countryside of Shrewsbury, England, on a mild February day in 1809. Charles Darwin entered the world, unaware that his curious mind would one day reshape humanity's understanding of life itself. As evening shadows lengthen and your breathing deepens, let us wander unhurriedly through the quiet moments of Darwin's remarkable life, like strolling through a garden at dusk, when the world softens and time seems to slow. young Charles was not what many would consider a remarkable student. His teachers found him rather ordinary, his mind often wandering to the outdoors rather than focusing on classical studies. These gentle admonishments floated over Charles like leaves on a stream, momentarily touching him before drifting away. Little did his father know that this love of nature would one day lead to insights that would transform our understanding of the living world. As a boy, Charles would collect pebbles and beetles, filling his pockets with nature's small treasures. He once became so excited upon finding a rare beetle that he caught it in one hand, while already holding a beetle in each of his others. Not wanting to lose any of his prizes, he popped one beetle into his mouth for safekeeping. The beetle, understandably alarmed, released a defensive bitter fluid, causing young Darwin to spit it out and lose all 3 specimens. This small childhood disappointment drifts into our consciousness like a soft reminder of life's gentle setbacks, teaching us patience even in moments of enthusiasm. Darwin's path to becoming a naturalist was not straight or predetermined, but rather meandered like a stream finding its way through a meadow. His father wished him to become a doctor, and so Charles was sent to Edinburgh University to study medicine. During anatomy lessons, Charles found he could not bear to watch surgeries, which in those days were performed without anesthesia. The cries of pain from patients overwhelmed his sensitive nature, and he would leave the operating theater, his heart heavy with empathy. This tenderness of spirit would remain with him throughout his life, a quality that perhaps helped him observe the natural world with such care and compassion. When medical studies proved unsuitable, Charles's father suggested he become a clergyman instead. With this goal in mind, Darwin attended Christ's College at Cambridge University. There, his interest in natural history continued to blossom like a persistent flower finding light through forest canopy. He formed a friendship with Professor John Stevens Henslow, a botanist who recognized something special in the young man's attentive nature. Henslow would invite Darwin for long walks and talks, nurturing the seeds of scientific curiosity that were quietly taking root. It was Henslow who recommended Darwin for the position of naturalist aboard HMS Beagle, a survey ship preparing for a voyage around the world. This recommendation arrived like a gentle tap on Darwin's shoulder, a quiet invitation that would lead to profound change. Captain Robert Fitzroy needed a naturalist companion as much for conversation as for scientific work. The isolation of command could be lonely, and Fitzroy believed a gentleman companion would provide welcome society during the long journey. Before departing on this momentous voyage, Darwin experienced a touching moment with his father, who initially opposed the trip. Dr. Darwin worried that such a long journey would disrupt his son's path to becoming a clergyman, and might be nothing more than a frivolous adventure. If you can find any man of common sense who advises you to go, I will give my consent," his father told him. Charles, with quiet determination, sought out his uncle Josiah Wedgwood, who successfully persuaded Dr. Darwin that the voyage would be valuable for his son's development. This small family drama, resolved through understanding and compromise, reminds us that even the most significant journeys often begin with overcoming gentle resistance from those who care for us. The Beagle voyage lasted nearly 5 years, from December 1831 to October 1836, a slow unfolding of time that allowed Darwin to observe the natural world with patient attention. While many know of his famous observations in the Galapagos Islands, fewer are aware that Darwin spent far more time exploring South America. In the rainforests of Brazil, he would lie on the forest floor, gazing up at the canopy in quiet wonder, watching the interplay of light and leaf, insect and bird. "The mind is a chaos of delight," he wrote in his journal, capturing that feeling of peaceful amazement that comes when we allow ourselves to be fully present with nature. Darwin suffered terribly from seasickness throughout the voyage, a personal discomfort he endured with remarkable patience. On days when the sea was rough, he would retreat to his hammock, sometimes unable to work or even read. Yet he persisted day after day, gathering specimens, taking notes, and contemplating the patterns he observed. This quiet endurance of physical discomfort for the sake of greater understanding speaks to the gentle persistence that defined his character. During his time in South America, Darwin witnessed an earthquake in Chile that raised the land by several feet. Walking along the shore afterward, he found marine shells now positioned above the high water mark, and realized that such gradual elevations over millions of years could form entire mountain ranges. This insight came not as a dramatic epiphany, but as a soft awakening, like dawn light gradually illuminating a landscape that had always been there, but never fully seen. On the Galapagos Islands, Darwin collected finches without initially realizing their significance. It was only later, after returning to England, that he understood how these birds had adapted differently on each island. The varying shapes of their beaks, each suited to the available food sources on their respective islands, whispered the story of adaptation to Darwin. This delayed understanding reminds us that knowledge often comes not in moments of sudden brilliance, but through patient reflection, like the slow clarifying of water after it has been stirred. After returning to England, Darwin settled into a life of quiet contemplation at Down House in Kent. He established a daily routine that changed little over 40 years, finding comfort in the gentle rhythm of consistent habits. Each morning after breakfast, he would work in his study until noon, then take a walk along what he called his thinking path, a gravel walkway he had built around the perimeter of his property. This path, worn by years of thoughtful pacing, became a physical manifestation of his methodical approach to understanding. As you rest now, imagine Darwin walking this path, his footsteps a soft, steady rhythm like the beating of a heart, or the slow ticking of a distant clock. Darwin married his cousin Emma Wedgwood in 1839, beginning a partnership marked by deep mutual respect despite differences in religious belief. Emma was devoutly religious, while Charles's scientific work had led him to question traditional faith. Rather than allowing this difference to create distance, they approached it with tenderness and understanding. Emma worried for Charles's soul, once writing him a letter expressing her concern that his scientific views might separate them in eternity. This gentle acceptance of difference within a loving relationship offers a soothing reminder of how understanding can transcend disagreement. Life at Down House was not without sorrow. Darwin and Emma had 10 children, but 3 died young, including their beloved daughter Annie, who passed away at age 10. Darwin sat by her bedside for days, watching over her with tender care until the end. The loss affected him deeply, perhaps influencing his already developing doubts about divine benevolence in nature. Yet, even in grief, his response was not anger, but a deeper commitment to understanding the natural processes that govern all life. There is something softly comforting in this approach to loss, not denying pain, but allowing it to deepen one's connection to the larger patterns of existence. Darwin's health was poor for much of his adult life, with symptoms including chronic fatigue, stomach problems, and heart palpitations. Some historians believe he may have contracted Chagas disease during his travels in South America, while others suggest his symptoms were psychosomatic, perhaps related to anxiety about the controversial nature of his work. Whatever the cause, Darwin adapted to these limitations with remarkable serenity, structuring his days to accommodate periods of illness and working steadily during times of relative wellness. His ability to accept physical limitations while continuing his life's work offers a gentle lesson in adapting to circumstances we cannot change. For over 20 years, Darwin developed his theory of evolution through natural selection before publishing On the Origin of Species in 1859. This long gestation period was partly due to his meticulous nature. He wanted to gather overwhelming evidence before presenting such a revolutionary idea. But he also understood the social and religious implications of his theory and approached this responsibility with appropriate care. When he finally published, it was only after learning that another naturalist, Alfred Russel Wallace, had independently developed similar ideas. Rather than rushing to claim priority, Darwin arranged for their papers to be presented jointly to the Linnean Society. This generosity of spirit, this willingness to share recognition, speaks to a character more concerned with truth than personal glory. In his personal life, Darwin was known for his kindness and humility. His son Francis recalled that he never heard his father speak an unkind word, about another person. Darwin's correspondence, which numbered thousands of letters to scientists and naturalists around the world, was unfailingly courteous and encouraging. Even to those who disagreed with him, he answered letters from unknown amateur naturalists with the same care he gave to communications from distinguished colleagues, recognizing that valuable observations could come from any sincere observer of nature. Darwin's home at Down House became a sanctuary where he could work and think in peaceful seclusion. He had a specially designed chair in his study that allowed him to rest comfortably while writing or reading. His wife, Emma, would often read to him in the evenings, her voice a gentle accompaniment to the closing of the day. Their children remembered him as a playful father despite his illness and work, always willing to pause his studies to answer a question or share in their discoveries. This balance of dedicated work and loving presence creates an image of wholeness that invites us to rest in the knowledge that greatness need not come at the expense of tenderness. As Darwin aged, he took particular pleasure in his garden and greenhouse, conducting experiments on plant movements and cross-pollination. He discovered that earthworms play a crucial role in soil formation, a finding he published in his final book, The Formation of Vegetable Mold Through the Action of Worms, which appeared just 6 months before his death. There is a beautiful symmetry in this return to the small wonders of the natural world. The renowned scientist who had transformed our understanding of life's grand patterns, finding joy in observing how humble earthworms gradually transform the earth beneath our feet. Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. Though his work had been controversial in religious circles, he was buried with honor in Westminster Abbey, near the grave of Sir Isaac Newton. This final recognition speaks to how, even in his lifetime, the value of his contributions had transcended controversy. The patience he had shown throughout his life in gathering evidence, in developing his ideas, in responding to criticism, had allowed time for understanding to grow, like a slowly opening flower that eventually reveals its full beauty. As you drift toward sleep, consider how Darwin's life reminds us that the most profound changes often come not through sudden revolution, but through patient attention and persistent questioning, like the natural processes he studied, where small variations over long periods lead to remarkable transformations. His quiet work gradually changed how humanity understands its place in the living world. There is comfort in this gentle persistence, this faith in small steps taken day after day. As your breathing deepens and your thoughts begin to soften, may Darwin's example of patient wonder carry you toward peaceful dreams, connected to the great continuity of life that flows through all of us, like stars appearing one by one in the evening sky. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. In the gentle twilight of his years, Charles Darwin settled into a rhythm of life that balanced his continued scientific pursuits with the quiet pleasures of family and home. His white beard had grown long and full, framing a face marked by the passage of time, yet still animated by the same curiosity that had driven him since youth. At Down House, his beloved home in Kent, where he had lived for 40 years, Darwin found comfort in familiar routines. Each day, he would walk slowly along the sandwalk, his thinking path, where the gravel crunched softly beneath his feet, and the surrounding trees offered their seasonal symphony of rustling leaves. The years had been kind to Darwin in some ways, cruel in others. Chronic illness had been his companion for decades, leaving him frequently exhausted and sometimes bedridden. Yet in these later years, there was a certain peace that came with the completion of his life's great work. The theory of evolution by natural selection, once so controversial, was gradually becoming accepted within scientific circles. The storm of criticism that had followed the publication of On the Origin of Species in 1859 had not entirely subsided, but it had mellowed like thunder, growing more distant as a storm passes. Darwin's days took on a gentle pattern. He would rise early and take a short walk before breakfast, often pausing to observe some small wonder, perhaps a bird building its nest, or the delicate unfurling of a fern. After a simple meal, he would work for a time in his study, corresponding with fellow naturalists from around the world, or making notes on his current observations. The afternoon might find him in his garden, where the rich soil and varied plant life provided endless opportunities for quiet contemplation and careful study. As the seasons turned, Darwin devoted himself increasingly to smaller, more focused studies. Having transformed our understanding of life's grand patterns, he now found joy in observing the minute details of nature's workings. His experiments with climbing plants revealed how they sense and respond to their environment, turning toward supports with a slow but purposeful movement that seemed almost like awareness. He studied the ways flowers attract their pollinators, the mechanisms of cross-fertilization, and the remarkable adaptations that allow plants to disperse their seeds across great distances. In his greenhouse, where the air hung heavy with moisture and the scent of growing things, Darwin would sit for hours, watching and recording the movements of tendrils reaching for support, the opening and closing of blossoms in response to light and temperature, the subtle changes in leaf position throughout the day. All these spoke to him of life's responsiveness, its constant adjustment to changing conditions. There was something deeply soothing in these observations, a reminder that all living things exist in relationship, adapting and changing in response to one another and to the world around them. Perhaps most touching was Darwin's work with earthworms, those humble creatures that most people overlook entirely. With characteristic patience, he observed how these small, soft-bodied animals gradually transform the landscape, pulling leaves beneath the soil, mixing organic matter with minerals, aerating and enriching the earth with their ceaseless activity. For years, he conducted experiments in his garden, measuring the rate at which objects placed on the soil's surface were gradually buried by the worm's activity. He noted how stone pathways slowly sink, how ancient monuments are gradually covered, all through the cumulative effect of countless tiny actions performed by creatures with no awareness of their collective impact. This study culminated in his final book, The Formation of Vegetable Mold Through the Action of Worms, published in 1881, just months before his death. In this work, Darwin demonstrated how earthworms have helped shape the very surface of our planet, creating the fertile soil that supports terrestrial life. There is something profoundly moving in this choice of final subject. The renowned scientist who had explained the origin of species, turning his attention to creatures so small and seemingly insignificant, yet whose collective action has helped create the world as we know it. Throughout these later years, Darwin maintained an extensive correspondence with scientists, naturalists, and curious minds from around the world. His letters reveal a man of great generosity, always willing to offer encouragement and advice to younger researchers, to share observations and insights, to engage thoughtfully with questions and criticisms. Though fame had come to him, he remained humble, aware of how much remained unknown, how many questions still awaited answers. His family life provided deep satisfaction. His marriage to Emma had weathered the years well, despite their differences on matters of faith. She had been his steadfast companion, his caretaker during illness, his first reader and gentle critic. Their children had grown to adulthood, several following their father into scientific pursuits. Grandchildren now visited Down House, bringing laughter and fresh energy to the quiet rooms. Darwin took particular delight in observing their development, noting with scientific interest and grandfatherly affection how their personalities emerged and their understanding of the world grew. As his health gradually declined, Darwin's work slowed, but never entirely ceased. Even on days when he could manage only an hour or two of activity, he would make notes, read scientific journals, or dictate letters to Emma or one of his children. There was always more to learn, more to understand. The passion for knowledge that had carried him around the world on the Beagle in his youth remained alive, though now focused on the small wonders of his immediate surroundings. When death came to Charles Darwin on April 19, 1882, it came gently, finding him at home among those he loved. He was 73 years old. The news of his passing spread quickly through scientific communities and beyond, eliciting tributes from around the world. Though controversy still surrounded his ideas in some quarters, particularly among religious conservatives, there was widespread recognition of his contributions to human knowledge. the decision to bury Darwin in Westminster Abbey, that great repository of England's most honored dead, reflected this recognition. On April 26, his funeral procession wound through London streets, lined with respectful onlookers. The abbey itself was filled with mourners, including scientific luminaries, political figures, and representatives of universities from across Britain and Europe, as his coffin was lowered into the ground near the grave of Sir Isaac Newton. There was a sense that another of humanity's great explorers of natural law had taken his place in history. Darwin's legacy continued to unfold in the years and decades that followed his death, like ripples spreading outward from a stone dropped in still water. His theory of evolution by natural selection, once so controversial, gradually became the central organizing principle of biology as new fields of study emerged: genetics, molecular biology, paleontology. They provided additional evidence supporting and refining Darwin's insights. The concept of natural selection proved remarkably robust, capable of incorporating new discoveries and expanding to explain phenomena Darwin himself could never have observed. The discovery of DNA as the mechanism of heredity, the mapping of the human genome, the detailed fossil record of evolutionary transitions. All these have deepened and extended our understanding of evolution, while confirming its essential truth. Beyond biology, Darwin's ideas influenced fields ranging from psychology to economics, from anthropology to computer science. The concept that complex systems can develop through the accumulation of small changes over time, without central direction, has proven fruitful in understanding everything from human behavior to artificial intelligence. Darwin's approach to science, patient observation, careful experimentation, willingness to follow evidence where it leads, has served as a model for generations of researchers. Of course, controversy has continued as well. Religious objections to evolution persist in many quarters, though most mainstream religious denominations have found ways to reconcile faith with evolutionary understanding. Social misapplications of Darwin's ideas, particularly in the form of social Darwinism, that attempted to justify economic inequality and racial discrimination, caused considerable harm, though Darwin himself would likely have rejected such interpretations. His own writings reveal a man deeply concerned with the welfare of all humanity, opposed to slavery, and troubled by suffering in all its forms. Perhaps the most enduring aspect of Darwin's legacy is not any particular scientific conclusion, but rather his way of seeing the world as a vast, interconnected web of life, constantly changing, adapting, responding. He helped us understand that we humans are not separate from nature, but part of it, products of the same evolutionary processes that have shaped all living things. There is both humility and grandeur in this view. Humility in recognizing that we are just one species among millions, grandeur in understanding our connection to the great tree of life that stretches back billions of years. Darwin's personal papers, preserved and studied after his death, reveal a man of complexity and depth. His notebooks show the careful development of his ideas over decades, the patient accumulation of evidence, the thoughtful consideration of alternative explanations. His autobiography, written primarily for his children, offers glimpses of his inner life, his love of nature from earliest childhood, his struggles with religious doubt, his deep attachment to family, his concern that his scientific work might cause pain to those he loved. Particularly moving are his reflections on what he called the loss of happiness that came with age, his diminished capacity to feel deep pleasure in poetry, music, and natural beauty, which he attributed to decades of scientific analysis that had somehow dulled his aesthetic sensibilities. Yet even in expressing this loss, he maintained that he would not have chosen any other path. The pursuit of understanding had been his life's purpose, and he had followed it faithfully. Today, Darwin's home at Down House is preserved as a museum, allowing visitors to walk where he walked, to see his study with its simple furniture and scientific instruments, to stroll along the sandwalk where he pondered the great questions of life's diversity and development. His books remain in print, still read not only for their scientific content, but for their clear, elegant prose and the window they provide into one of history's great scientific minds. As night deepens and your thoughts begin to drift, imagine Darwin in his garden at Down House, moving slowly among the plants he loved, pausing to observe a bee visiting a flower or a tendril curling around a support. Picture him kneeling to examine the work of earthworms in the rich soil, appreciating how these small, blind creatures help create the conditions for all terrestrial life. See him walking his beloved sandwalk, hands clasped behind his back, head slightly bowed in thought, as ideas connect and patterns emerge in his mind. There is something deeply reassuring in Darwin's patient approach to understanding, his willingness to observe, to question, to revise his thinking in light of new evidence in a world that often seems to move too quickly, that demands immediate answers and instant certainty. His example reminds us of the value of slow, careful thought, of allowing understanding to develop gradually, like a photograph slowly coming into focus as sleep approaches. Let your thoughts settle on the continuity of life that Darwin helped us understand, the countless generations that connect us to our distant ancestors, the web of relationship that links all living things. Feel yourself part of this great flow of life, this river that has been flowing for billions of years and will continue long after our brief moment has passed. There is peace in this perspective, a gentle releasing of our individual concerns into something larger and more enduring, like stars dissolving into the first light of dawn. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. As the evening shadows lengthen and your breathing begins to slow, let us contemplate the gentle twilight of Charles Darwin's remarkable life. Like the gradual setting of the sun, Darwin's final years were filled with a warm, golden glow of accomplishment and quiet reflection. After decades of careful observation and thoughtful analysis, this gentle naturalist had transformed our understanding of the living world around us. In his later years at Down House, Darwin moved with unhurried purpose through his garden paths, his footsteps softly crunching on the gravel walkway of his famous thinking path, the sandwalk. Here, surrounded by the whispering leaves and nodding flowers, he would take his daily constitutional, allowing ideas to unfold at their own natural pace. His weathered hands, once so nimble at collecting specimens in distant lands, now tended to his beloved earthworms and orchids with tender care. Darwin's life reminds us that the most profound insights often come not in brilliant flashes, but through patient, persistent observation. For over 20 years, he quietly gathered evidence for his theory of natural selection, allowing it to develop like a slowly unfurling fern frond. There is something deeply soothing about this unhurried approach to discovery, a gentle reminder that understanding, like sleep itself, cannot be rushed, but must be allowed to arrive in its own time. The legacy Darwin left behind flows through our world like a gentle stream, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, but always moving forward. His insights have seeped into nearly every aspect of our understanding of life. When we take medicine developed through careful testing, when we protect endangered habitats, when we marvel at the diversity of creatures in a coral reef, we are experiencing ripples from Darwin's patient work. His ideas have become so fundamental to our worldview that they feel as natural and necessary as the air we breathe. Darwin's theory of evolution offers us a comforting perspective on our place in the grand tapestry of life. We are connected through countless generations to all living things. The drowsy cat curled at the foot of your bed, the night-blooming flowers in the garden, the stars of the sea drifting in distant tides. This web of relationship can cradle us like a hammock, rocking us gently toward dreams. In his personal life, Darwin embodied a tranquil dedication to those he loved. His marriage to Emma Wedgwood was a haven of mutual respect and tender affection. Despite their differences in religious belief, Emma remained devoutly religious, while Charles's faith gradually faded. They maintained a deep connection built on honesty and care. Each evening, Emma would often play the piano for Charles, the melodies flowing through their home like a lullaby, soothing his chronic health troubles and creating moments of shared peace. The loss of their beloved daughter Annie at age 10 cast a long shadow over Darwin's life, a sorrow that he carried with quiet dignity. This profound grief, perhaps, deepened his appreciation for the preciousness of life and the mystery of its continuity. in your own drifting thoughts. You might imagine Darwin sitting in his study late at night, the lamplight soft on his bearded face, reflecting on the brief, beautiful lives that touch our own before flowing onward into memory. Darwin's correspondence in his later years reveals a man of remarkable humility and warmth. Though his ideas had revolutionized science, he remained accessible to amateur naturalists, answering their questions with patience and encouragement. He valued truth over personal glory, willingly revising his ideas when new evidence emerged. There is a restful wisdom in this approach to life, a willingness to hold our understanding lightly, to remain open to the gentle corrections that experience brings. The world has changed immeasurably since Darwin's time, yet his legacy continues to evolve and adapt, much like the living systems he described. Modern genetics has confirmed and expanded upon his insights, revealing the molecular mechanisms that underlie the patterns he observed. Each new discovery in biology, from the structure of DNA to the mapping of genomes, can be seen as a continuation of the story Darwin began. Chapters added to a book, whose first pages he so carefully composed. In museums around the world, Darwin's specimens rest in quiet drawers, preserved across time like pressed flowers between the pages of history. The finches from the Galapagos, with their differently shaped beaks adapted to various foods, still teach us about the subtle forces that shape life over generations. The barnacles he studied for 8 patient years still cling to rocky shores, their ancient lineage continuing as waves wash rhythmically against the coast. At Westminster Abbey, where Darwin was laid to rest among England's most honored citizens, visitors still come to pay their respects, their footsteps echoing softly in the vaulted space. They pause before his simple grave marker, perhaps reflecting on how this quiet man, who preferred the company of earthworms and pigeons to fame and accolades, came to change our understanding of ourselves so profoundly. Darwin's own words have a soothing cadence that can carry us towards sleep. In the closing passage of On the Origin of Species, he wrote of a tangled bank where many forms of life are dependent upon each other in complex ways, all produced by natural laws acting around us. There is endless beauty, he suggested, in this view of life, with its powers having been originally breathed into a few forms or into one. While we rest, life continues its endless, fascinating journey. The Beagle voyage that shaped young Darwin's perspective lasted nearly 5 years, carrying him to distant shores where he encountered landscapes and creatures beyond his imagination. As you drift toward sleep, you might imagine yourself aboard that sturdy ship, feeling its gentle rocking motion as it carries you across dream blue waters. The salt spray mists your face as dolphins play in the bow wave, and ahead lie islands where iguanas swim in turquoise waters and giant tortoises move with ancient patience through sun-dappled forests. In the soft darkness of night, Darwin's legacy offers a particular comfort. His work reminds us that we are part of something vaster than ourselves, a great, branching tree of life that stretches back to the first stirrings of existence. Our individual worries and concerns, which can loom so large in daylight hours, may settle and diminish when viewed against this expansive backdrop. Like pebbles becoming smooth in a flowing stream, Darwin's patient observation of the natural world can inspire our own mindful awareness as we prepare for sleep. Notice the weight of your body against the bed, the rhythm of your breathing, the gradual relaxation of your muscles, just as Darwin attended to the small, significant details that revealed nature's patterns. You might gently observe the process of your own transition towards slumber, without trying to control or direct it. The correspondence between Darwin and his scientific colleagues shows how ideas flourish through connection and exchange. Alfred Russel Wallace independently arrived at similar conclusions about natural selection, and Darwin's generous acknowledgement of Wallace's work speaks to his integrity. As you rest, you might reflect on how our own thoughts and contributions join with those of others, creating patterns of meaning that extend beyond our individual lives. Darwin's health troubles, which caused him significant suffering throughout his adult life, led him to create a careful daily routine that maximized his limited energy. There is wisdom in this measured approach to life, recognizing our own needs and limitations, creating gentle rhythms that sustain rather than deplete us. As sleep approaches, you might thank your body for all it has carried you through, allowing it the rest it needs to renew itself. The world Darwin studied continues its quiet unfolding, even as you prepare for sleep. Somewhere, fireflies are signaling to potential mates with their silent, luminous code. Desert flowers are opening under the moon's silver light. Coral polyps are building reefs in warm, distant waters. The processes of life, adaptation, relationship, renewal, continue their ancient dance, a soothing continuity that has persisted through eons. As your thoughts grow more distant and dreamlike, imagine Darwin's hand extending across time, gently placing a perfect shell or an intricate feather in your palm, a gift of wonder from a man who never lost his capacity for amazement at the natural world. Feel the texture of this imagined object, its perfect form shaped by countless generations, adapting to their environment. Its beauty, a testament to the creative power of natural processes. May Darwin's patient perspective bring you peaceful rest tonight. May you feel connected to the great, flowing river of life that has carried us all to this moment. May your dreams be filled with the quiet beauty of the natural world, butterfly wings opening like living stained glass, seeds spiraling gently on the wind, stars turning in their ancient patterns overhead, and may you awaken refreshed, ready to observe the world with renewed curiosity and wonder, carrying forward in your own way the legacy of this thoughtful man who changed how we understand our place in the living world. Good night and peaceful dreams.